Hello, hello. Welcome. I'm just gonna eat a little bit, so I'll work in the meantime, but it will be quiet for a couple of minutes here. All right. Okay. Let's see. So we're trying to parse this expression. Let me show you here. So this one, it fails on this part here, where we have a identifier, we have a string or a start of a string, and then we have so now we're in string mode, and then we have a start of an interpolation part, and now we're in expression mode again. So and then there's a string again, or start of a string, so we go into string mode again, And then we will read, and then there's a string text token, which is this one, and then there's a string end token here, which should pop the string mode. Somewhere. Push. Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, no, sorry. That is only for the tokenizer, right? That's right. The tokenizer has the context stuff. The parser, or the lexer or whatever, the parser doesn't have the context, so it just sees a start of a string and it goes into, okay, this is a string, and then it sees a either string text tokens, or it sees interpolation tokens. So here's an interpolation start, and then it's gonna read the expression in here, and then it gets an interpolation end, right? And the error happens here when we try to read this inner expression. Because yeah, here the pipeline echo, and then the string literal starts there, and then we read an expression in here because now we encountered a interpolation, and now we're reading an expression in there, and it's a string, so we're reading that, and here is where things go wrong for some reason. So that's what I'm confused about. Yeah, I'm gonna reduce you there. There we go. Okay, so we get these segments because in a string, and then you get either string text tokens, or you get interpolation start tokens. If you get, or a string end token, but if you get anything else, that's wrong, and then we fail. So we get string text, string interp start, string end. Actually, we should add here. We should add string. What was it? Text. Will that actually do anything for us? Yeah, so here you can see unexpected token, expected string text, string end, or string interp start, got string interp end, which is true that shouldn't happen in the inner string when trying to read the segments, but this should just be a string text token in here. There should be a string start that we'll read here. It might be that we're actually accidentally consuming it though. So we're reading the start, but that should fail here then in that case. Yeah, that should fail here. So we have a string start, and then we're reading a string text, and now we should have a string end, and then we should break out of this. So I don't really know why it's not doing that, because if you look at the tokens, we can see that we have indeed a string start, and then we have a string text, which is empty because we shouldn't really produce this one, but anyway. Then we have an interp start, and then we have a string start again, and then we have a text, ASDF, and then we have an end, and then we have an interp end, and then we have a string end again. So that looks correct to me. But for some reason it fails here, so what are we missing here? What am I missing here? Column 16. Oh, that's, wait, 16? Isn't that like a one-off here? 16 is over here. Got string interp end. String interp end is here. Okay, there's a one-off somewhere here. Okay. Yeah, well, okay, so that makes sense, I guess. Excuse me. But it doesn't make sense that we get an interp end. Hey Blue, how's it going? Is there a way to make programming language follow pure ECS only, like after making some keywords? Yes, actually there is a language like that, actually. When I actually tried to make one myself some time ago, and I came across some language. Man, what was it called now? Programming language. Well, you can probably find, you know, some. Well, I found one here called Exact, but I don't think it was that one. That probably you could look at as well, where you can basically, yeah, you can build your ECS system with a domain-specific language. But there was one specific one that I was thinking about that was it Exact? I'm not sure actually. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it worked, but it had a bunch of tooling around it. You could use it like there was like an online or like an editor. Man. It seemed to be very sophisticated. I just don't remember what it was called now. Man, what was it called? I'm trying to search for it a little bit. Okay, yeah, I can't find it right now. That's, well... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it right now, but And I don't actually remember how it worked now, so I'm not sure if it will fit your use case, but yeah, I mean, technically, yes, you could do that. The only question is, like, what would it produce? And yeah, I think I've seen people use, like, you know, JSON or YAML files to write, like, component data, like write, you know, configure the game with those kind of configuration files. And but that is, yeah, that's not, like, you don't get, like, typed or type safety or anything like that. So that would be one use case there. But then it's like, okay, maybe if you do a language that is purely for ECS, but then you can sort of define all the rules in, like, a configuration file or something like that you can generate from your code or something. I don't know. Maybe something like that would be cool. Because when you make a language, it's always a question like, okay, what data types and you know, compatibility with other stuff, and you know, if you're making an ECS language, it should probably be compatible to some extent with your game. Yeah, so there's some things to consider. But it's a cool idea. Okay, maybe I need more debugging information here. I'm gonna say here. But it's kind of weird. It's like failing at this point, but it's not really failing at that point though. Maybe I should log. Pending string text. No, string text. Interpolation. And this one would be more like well, technically we could actually do span slice from source. But it would probably, yeah, it would. Yeah, so here you can see empty string, and then there's like interpolation. Oh, that's just the, okay, yeah, that's just a starting token. Okay. I was thinking it was the whole thing, but it's of course it's not. And then we have the string text, and that's fine. was thinking of making a scripting language for video games only, like a scripting language built game around game libs, graphics, methods, so you can make in games using just scripting language. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I mean that's a really cool thing. I've been thinking about that as well, like, but I haven't really. It's such a daunting task, so it's sort of you realize that okay, it's gonna be a huge undertaking, but it sounds really fun. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of, I think, design choices in the language you have to make, or you can decide, like, either you could decide, I guess, is it gonna be more general purpose, or is it gonna be more specific, like yeah, as you said, like only for ECS, for example. Or if you make up your own kind of abstract idea, and which could be kind of morphed into an ECS, if you're using like the correct adapter, you can, like, yeah, I want to make it into an ECS structure. I don't know, something like that, maybe. I don't know, or just your own, entirely your own. I mean, yeah, the backend could be whatever, but the language you're writing in could only be concerned with your kind of abstract world. Hello. Oh, thank you for the raid, Togglebit. Hello, hello, Meatball One. Yeah, welcome. I'm making a scripting language, as it says on the tin. Yeah, the backend language can be. It's like, yeah, you're building a language like that, and then you can yeah, just make some sort of AST from that and compile it to whatever backend you want, basically. But I mean, it's just gonna be, it's not gonna be like, of course, magical or anything like that. You have to, I think, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of work there. Why is this not printing out the thing? Oh yeah, I'm not, I need to, wait. I think this is not flushing right now. Flush. Also, this should be a try. Oh, that might be why it didn't do anything at all. There we go. Except that wasn't the thing that I wanted to do. It's just for learning, or will you just use it for a game? I mean, I'm probably gonna use this, like, if I could get this how I want it to be, then I'm probably gonna use it for anything that I would use a bash script for, which I've been using more and more lately, and that's why I'm doing this. So it's both for learning, it's for fun, and it could also become a good thing, a productive thing as well. Right, the breadcrumb trail. Oh, that's the other one, right? Where was the... Here it is, log. All right. Just log. Oh yeah, what the hell am I doing here? This, I should just do self log. There we go. That's why I have this. Okay. Oh, here we go. Appending text. Okay. Yes. So I guess here we actually do get this thing. And then for some reason it fails. Does it just skip over the last one, or will it be a lot of work if it's running C, C++, Zig under the hood? It all depends on how advanced, I guess, you want it to be. Yeah, I mean, it is, I think it's fun to think about new languages and stuff, but it's like, it's always a huge amount of work that you don't really realize until you're there. And I think for a DSL, for a game with some sort of back in there, I think what I did with my game that I'm currently developing is I was just thinking, like, yeah, I build the tools to build it as well, but I didn't think about, okay, I want it to be, I had some idea of how I want it to be, but I wouldn't know, I wouldn't think about super long in the future. I was just thinking about, okay, what can I build right now, which is the most simplest, most easy implementable thing that will actually give me some productivity as well. And yeah, and then just start there, and then it could grow from there, basically. So I think that's probably what you want to do. Like, you want to build a whole pipeline, but you want it to be like the most simple thing first, and then extend it more and more. That could be an approach. That's how I did it, and because it's easier to kind of get started and get something, see that it works, and build on it. There is like an easier, I guess, entry. How you say it? Like, yeah, it's easier to get started on it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Why is this not working though? That is the question here. Unexpected token, string text, string end, string interrupt start. Yeah, is it skipping the end there? Like, we're reading an expression. We have the string start. We have the string text. Next token should be a string end. We're looping through here. Next should be a string end, which should break, and so on. Maybe we can, I'll just log this here. String token, and I will just say token tag, and token lexeme, okay, so here we see this is the current one, it's the text, then we have an end. Okay, So we actually do get the end, and we do get out of that. And then we have a string interrupt end. Okay, so it actually exits this one. So that succeeds. Right. Hang on. We take the next one here. String interrupt. No, string end. Okay, so where do we actually handle string interrupt end? Pipeline. What? Wait. No, okay, I guess we have it here as well, but we need to have it in the string parser as well. Yeah. Wait. Okay, because yeah, in this case, we have a string inside of interpolation inside of another string. So when this is done here, the string end, now we're still in like the interpolation. But really it like backtracks to, where does it backtrack? Like here, we're starting the interpolation. We just parse an expression in here. And then we should also consume, I guess we just consume it. Interpolation end. Actually, we should just expect an interpolation end here. Yeah, that's probably it, right? There we go, maybe not. I mean, okay, wait. But how did this work now? Right, now we're getting ahead of ourselves. So I think when we parse an expression, we're peak there. Then there's like an identifier expression. And a pipeline. And we're looking at the next one. I guess we don't need this then, maybe. That's not the issue, but yeah, we don't probably not need that. What the hell, I'll just keep it there. Why? Well, okay, so what is happening here? So this one is in the pipeline, right? So basically we're parsing like the arguments to a pipeline. And we're not really finding anything. So we're finding the interpolation next, and then we're consuming it. I don't think we should do that actually then. So we do this, but we don't consume it. Okay, now something else happened. I think we parsed it actually. Okay, But yeah, we don't have like executors for things. Okay, but it panic start is index 16 is larger than. Okay. End 0. Ah, see, okay, yeah, I have this logger for this. Logging the current token source line. However, it just supports like one line. Like as long as the token is on one line, this works. But yeah, that's always that's not always the case. Like for example, for like new line tokens, they are actually on two different lines. So yeah. Let's see. And this one is pretty. Wait, what the hell? Yeah, this is all like AI generated here. I can say that to anything now. It might be my code. No, this is not my code, but I can say it to any line of code now. That looks horrible. I'll just say it. Yeah, it's the AI. Actually, probably mine looks worse. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, this looks for that. Current line equals target line. Right, target line should be that, but I want to have like line slices or something. I don't know. Maybe not even one line. Maybe like several lines. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll skip this whole thing if the start and end. Yeah, if okay, let's do if the start line is not equal the end line, we return. Oops. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's the AST for, well, we don't really see. This file. So we have let false. Yeah, okay. Also, I want to change the lets into const and mutes into vors, so it's exactly like zig as well. And yeah, but yeah. So here's the AST. Here we got some bindings. Here's an interpolation here, identifier hello. We have the last one, which we don't really. Okay, so let's do this one. Let's actually be able to print the pipeline here. Pipeline, actually, pipeline. Where is this? Okay, hang on. It would be like parser, no, AST pipeline. Oops. And then you no, not oh yeah, because it doesn't okay, sorry, I'm trying to find this thing and it isn't even, doesn't even exist. What I'm trying to do is find the place where we decide how to print these things, and I forgot what it was. What it is. I know that we have something else though, so let's do like identifier. Yeah, here we go. Here's the thing. All right, let's do pipeline. And I guess pipeline is some kind of weird convention that the AI made up here. All right, pipeline, and then let's do print span. No, that would print the whole pipeline, I guess. Well, I guess. Well, I guess we can try. We can start there. Oh. And yeah, let's just do this. All right. Well, it's not really showing anything. What do you do? Just lines? Okay. Okay, so I guess it's showing this. Okay, fine. Let's do this. Let's do like inline. +1, no, you should not be +1. There we go, +1 here. And then we'll do print write all there should be a lexeme somewhere, maybe. No, there's not a lexeme. Just slice from, but do we have the source? No. Okay, we can't use the source. Fine. Let's write stages. Oh yeah. So we should just write the stages. Yeah, okay. So let's just go through pipeline expression stages, and we got a stage, and then we do like render expression AST, yes. Well, actually it could just be, well, no, this is a stage, so it's a specific, yeah, so this should be like render pipeline stage. And what do you want? You want the writer, you want the level probably, +1, All right. Oh, this is in main util, so we have like everything in here. Render. Statement, block statements, capture. All right, put it here, render pipeline stage, and apparently the level should be at the end. All right. Indent. So we can remove you. And probably we can remove you as well. And this should probably be a try. There we go. So now we can start doing that. So we'll have this, and then we'll do render. Can we do like identifier, or is that just we just do like writer, write all? This is not a literal. This is a stage. Pipeline stage. Yeah, I guess we have a role. Okay. Print. I don't know how to. Format this. But let's do it like this maybe. So we have role, and we have the payload. Oh yeah, this could be an expression or a command, I guess. So okay, let's print the role first. Yeah, it could be an expression. So I guess we'll switch on the payload. And if it's a command, okay. Command invocation now. Yes, right indent. Now we should have like a name. There we go. And of course the oh my god, okay. I'm gonna blame the AI here. Okay, let's just do like switch on. Well, what is this called? This was like a command part. Okay, I guess we'll do this. yeah. So here we would switch on that, and we get, I guess, a string. And do we have like render string? Yes. Okay. And then we have like expression. I'm not sure if this is gonna look. I guess we'll find out. And then we have a word. And the word has what? We don't know. Well, we do know, but it's not gonna tell us. It has text, okay. So we can just do, oh yeah, this should be try everything there. So writer, write all. I really like this new, I constantly point it out, but I really like this new interface with writers. Because of, you know, the LSP knows what you can do, which is always nice. And this would be like that. No, so you should be like render command part, and this is command name. Is it level +1? Well, I guess we'll see. Right, so let's start there, I guess. Whoa, okay. Let's do a, let's do new line. Just like we're doing like double indentation here, or maybe triple even. Yeah, maybe we don't need this, and we don't need this actually. Only maybe if we're doing this. Okay, but let's do not plus, let's say, no, these ones should not be +1, there we go. Or, no. Whatever. Maybe this one. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we want the rest of the thing. So this is, wait, hang on. Pipeline. These are the stages. So here's the first stage. Well, we only have one stage in each of these, but and the name of the command is echo. But then we also have arguments. We all have a whole bunch of stuff here, but I think what we're mostly interested in right now is arguments. So let's look at those. You are a command part. Ah. So let's just try that. And you will be +1. Okay. There we go. Well. Okay, so you have an argument, except, okay, let's do like new line there, here. Okay, so we've got echo. Why is that like +1? You should be +1, right? Now we got echo with an expression here. This is argument 1. I guess we could prefix this to make it more clear what this is an argument to the echo command. So we could do, but how would we do that? We would have to do another line. So let's do like org okay. Arg0 and this one is an interpolation with a literal with a string with something inside. Okay, cool. So we got the whole file now AST'd. Great. Now what we could do, because I recently implemented like coloring these things, so we could actually put colors on the types of things. So for strings, you could have some special kind of color to the string. We could basically here you would do like right, and we have this. To import this is it here or is it here? Where are you? No, it's right here. Why is this not working? Oh, I had a macro. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I need to export it here. Okay. Fine. All right. Actually, whatever. Let's just. Where? Okay. Let's just do like runic rainbow, and then begin color, and then I guess we could have like you know, colors string or something, and we should have maybe this over here, colors string. Yeah, that should work. And then we have like runic rainbow color, I don't know, yellow maybe. Yeah. And then probably we could like defer. No, but then we can't. Okay. Well, okay, whatever. Let's just do like end. I'll do like catch unreachable, whatever. Or just, well, I'll just do this. Because you cannot handle errors, I don't think. You can, well, you can't try, actually, because that will change the error, like the return value. Like you can't change the return value in a defer. So you, like if you have a thing here that you might want to try, you can't actually do that in a defer, which is a shame here, because I would like this to be, you know, it should be possible. I don't know how they do it, well, like how they actually implement the defer, but I don't know, maybe it's not possible because of the way it's implemented or something. And there we go. Now I see all of these are like strings. And the thing is, like, if we have a thing in the string that is an expression, like here, this is an identifier. So we could actually, we could go to identifiers now and make them like blue or something. And that would change their thing as well. So where's, but we don't have like for specific for identifiers, I guess. Well, we do have one here. Somewhere. Where did you go? Oh man. What happens? Oh, here we go. So this one. So we could do like yeah, we could do this, and you would be like identifier, and we'll do blue. And there we go. Now this one is blue. Cool. And yeah. String. Now this part is not yellow though. Oh, because of this. Okay, so then we just put it here, I guess, instead. But then no, that should be fine. Record. Oh yeah. Binding pattern. Right. Where's the string? Here. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, I think I would do this. Wait, it actually it actually ran it. What? Also, you shouldn't run it, or maybe it didn't actually run it. Maybe I have to go in here and turn this off. There we go. Oh, it actually runs the code now as well. Okay, I didn't think that actually worked. I thought I had to fix some stuff in the runner, but apparently it does work. However, we don't do anything with P right now. If I put, let's see, if I put like P, I think this is how I'm meant to do this, then this doesn't work because there's some weird stuff going on. Oh, it doesn't know the dot. But if we do this, like just the output here, P, then we get the script execution error, invalid string. Oh yeah. So I think it's because I recently added like string like coercion to strings, but it doesn't handle this case here. Trophy yellow smiling, thank you. It's always funny when you see the emotes and it doesn't work in my thing here. Oh yeah, I should check my like notifications. Where is it? Thank you. Thank you, Robotic Head and Yantrock for the follow. Cool. All right, let's see. Yeah, okay, but this works. So now we can have, technically, we could have like infinite of these. Or, well, technically maybe not, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like within computer resources, available computer resources. There we go. Man, this doesn't work. It highlights the correct one, but when I try to go to the pair, it goes to the wrong one. That's weird. Yeah, that still works, but this one doesn't work. But yeah, cool. Yeah, so we have like these interpolations. Now the highlighting doesn't work. So, but yeah, so I'm not sure how to fix that. I'm gonna basically, actually, you know what? I'll just open this. Where? This one, and then I'll tell AI here to fix it. For string interpolation, for nested string interpolations, and see if it can figure it out. Now we just have to be careful that we're not, I guess we're not like changing stuff in there, or depending on the same files. Okay, now what? Well, this would be useful to have like interpolation maybe into this, like this. Also, how does echo work? Like, does echo have... Oh. Does echo have... what was it that I was thinking about? Like standard in mode. Well, okay, maybe a standard in mode is kind of weird with echo. Like, what would that wouldn't really do? That wouldn't do anything. It would just pass through, right? But I recently learned that... Wait, which one was it? Cat? Yeah. So cat, you could do like echo, pipe that into cat, and then let's say, and then we do hyphen, and that will place that will print it out. Yeah. And if I have like this file, it will print it out after the file. So this, we could test the, because then we can test the pipeline pretty simple here. We could, if we don't do this, but we could do like echo hello, and then we pipe it into cat hyphen, and that should, yeah, the highlighting doesn't work for the stages here currently, but then we should, it should just print hello out. Let's see if we can do that. No. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so there's a token issue here. Minus. Yeah, I'm thinking of revamping the whole pipeline thing as well. Like, I think I want to make it more like Bash has it. Like, if you define a function, it should be like, how would you say it? Like, commands are going to be the primary thing. And so if you run a command like this, it's basically like calling a function with this as the first argument, right? And then we have this pipe thing. But if you define a function that's called something, I don't know, then you should also be able to call it like this, like the same thing, just like in Bash. But you're defining it a little bit differently. You're not like referring to the first argument. You're gonna be able to like name the thing directly in the function definition, in the function signature. And maybe we will just skip the whole parentheses thing entirely. Yeah, we'll see. Because that's what gives its identity as like a mix between Zig and Bash. That's where it like, that's the breaking point, like the functions and like executing statements basically. Okay, what do you say here? Allow the region contain another, yeah, okay, let's see if that works. Does it work, or do I have to restart? Doesn't look like it works. Hello, rookie. How's it going? Yeah, so this doesn't work. Okay, well, it was worth a shot anyway. The AIs, it hadn't had much luck with a more advanced highlighting. Like, everything here is made by AI. The highlighting here, AI did everything. But when I wanted it to make a little bit more advanced stuff, it failed. Like, it does work for interpolation here. Like, this works, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, but this doesn't really work. Like, it thinks that this is the end of the string here. So hello. Okay, so now what? Well, let's try and fix this thing here. Let's do like this, maybe. Right. And then we'll go to parser. And we'll go to pipeline, stage. Yeah, so here's the pipeline stage. So basically, each one of these, like between the pipes, are stages, pipeline stages. So this is another stage here, and then we have one stage here. And then when we parse the arguments, first we parse like the identifier for the command, and then we parse arguments here. Now they are all like tokenized, so I have to go in here and say that, okay, these are terminators. These are like terminating tokens at this point, like when you're in an argument list. There might be some weird syntax like this, like minus, all of a sudden that is, but maybe that should be a string and not minus, maybe when you're in this context, maybe, I don't know. It could be separate contexts, perhaps. I don't know. But let's see, there should be like an, okay, so either we have like a string start, we have all these are terminators, we have a string that's another argument. Let's also do like minus, I guess, so that would be, I guess maybe exactly the same thing here, except it's not a string literal, it's gonna be more like just a word, command word, and the text is gonna be token, where is it, next token, that's the thing we're switching on, yes, like seam, and then the span, or wait, yeah, the span is gonna be next token span. We can even have a special thing for this from token, and we can have a token here. Command word. Text is token, like seam. Span is token span. What's the issue? Oh. Yeah. That always trips me up. Okay, so now we can just say from, please. From token, next token, there we go. It's like sometimes it wants to give me the hints and sometimes it doesn't. And I think a lot of it has to do with parsing. The parsing fails somewhere, so now it can't give you anything. It can't help you with anything like the LSP here. Which also inspires me, like when I'm building this parser and everything, to have like, if a thing fails, you can fail up to the terminator and then continue parsing the rest so that you could potentially get, you know, you could potentially get, you know, diagnostics and other LSP functionality, even though there's an error in some syntax or token or something somewhere. Okay, minus. This should also be like plus, because that should that also, yeah, we could just do this. We should, there should be like a test for all different kinds of things. Oh, what's happening now? Okay, that's not great. Is it just peaked here? Yeah, it's just peaked. Okay, so we should also self stream next. We should consume that. There we go. There we go. Okay, now it works. Hey, cool. Yeah, and then you can, like, if you do this with cat, it should like print all of them. No, maybe not. Oh, wait, maybe you can only do it once. Okay, I actually don't know, because I'm not sure. Wait, failed to parse. Oh yeah, so this actually has to be a string. Yeah, it's kind of weird, like, because we want to have safety, you know. Bash allows you to do this, but is that good? Because ultimately, you're almost like, I've got a linter that always says like, yeah, you have to put the double quotes around this, or it's gonna be interpreted as multiple arguments or something like that. So I guess it does, like, it just puts, but that's if you have an that's if you have like a, you know, this value here. If you have the value like this, or I guess in Bash it would be like this. Since this has like two, it has like a space here, it would put it like this maybe in the end, like it would produce this command, which now these are two different arguments. I'm guessing that's why it wants you to put it in double quotes, because then it will become like this. Like, I'm talking about the Bash ls or linter here that I have. But this would be, yeah, it's probably good, you know, that you have to put everything like this. But perhaps then you would do this instead, and this would be like an error actually. I don't know. Or it could be a special case. I don't know. Now let's actually, you know what? Let's force everything to be a string actually. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's trying to read hello world here. Okay. Well, okay. That means the argument resolution here also works then with string interpolation. So that's good. Let's get rid of that. And now we can see that we get ASDF from the first echo, and then the second echo, or the second command here, we got like cat hyphen is this one, and then this is the source code. But you can't, so you can't actually do this. No, you can't. Okay, so it just ignores everything, it just takes the first hyphen, I guess, and ignores the rest of them. Okay, well, anyway, and now this is gonna be an error, but maybe we'll put some expected string. It does say here expected string. I should put this in a separate line or something so it's easier to see. Is there a thing here? Expected. What is this? Oh. This should be like on a separate line. What is this? Wrote? Fail to parse script. There we go. And I'll just do this and that. This should be like right byte. Yeah, because it's a little bit more clear. Like you get the error message here. Should maybe put like 1, 2. Wait. it's not a byte anymore. There we go. Okay. For some reason, like, it always compiles when I save, so I can just run it again, but now it didn't. Okay. Now what? Let's go back. Okay, but okay, so that means that the piping actually works. The pipe, the executor or evaluator or whatever for this actually works now. The thing I want also this to work. This would be cool to get this to work here. You could put it there, but I guess that's not really how it's meant to be used. But that is probably but yeah, no. But this is one of the use cases. You store some results. You want to use it later, so you don't always want to pipe something like this. So I do want to be able to do this here, but it does say, so let's manually fix this now. Invalid string coercion. So let's fix this. So let's search for invalid string coercion. Probably in, so here you can see like the weirdness of this code base right now, because we have you know, interpreter evaluator and we have script executor. So which one is the or are both used maybe? I have no idea actually. This is used in root. Yeah, I don't know actually, because the thing is why it looks like this is because we had I generated a whole bunch of this code. The base foundation of this code is done with AI, so that's why we have all these different. Like, I'm not sure. I've never looked at this code here. So I don't know which is being used. Render string expression. So this one gets you a mutable slice. String, mutable string. And we're looking at render string expression. Oh, okay, so this one is like called on an expression to make it into a string. Right. So either it could be literal, and I mean, yeah, this could also be like if it's a number, for example, or integer, I guess. Yeah, any of these. We should also be able to coerce these things. I don't know what happened there. Also, why am I following this weird convention? Okay, whatever. Let's see. Yeah, so I mean, we could just do like render bool, render. guess we'll copy this, render integer. Let's start with the integer. It's just a literal, right? So we should just... What are we doing here? Like we're building expression, a statement. I guess it's just to be able to run it. Are we using the evaluator to get a string out? Or a value? Okay, I guess, because the string literal can be quite advanced. Like it could have separate segments and expressions and stuff. The integer is I think it's just gonna be a value. Oh, it has a text. What? Okay. I guess we never really specified, you know, some kind of limit to how many digits you have. Like, it's nice that it's in this format if you want to have like an arbitrary large integer type, because then you can store, you can basically have any length integer, and then at this point is where you have to actually handle it. So I guess it leaves it open, is what I'm trying, like for whatever like size integer you want to have. So okay, so what do we want to do with this one? You're making an expression and a statement. Like this is already this. Okay, I guess this could technically become an integer literal, and then this would be the exact same thing, and then we get the value out, and then this would be an integer. Now what type is this? I64. Okay, I guess that makes sense. And it's not really owned, it's just, you know, the number. We don't need to duplicate it. Wait, except we do, I guess. You know what? If we're gonna turn a number into a string, but it's already a string. So we don't actually, we just need to duplicate the text part here. Yeah. Yeah, we just duplicate that and we're fine. And it should be like the same for floats. Yeah, and bool. Oh, not the same for bools. Okay. So how would this work now? Because okay, the thing is here, you always have to think about how this would be used. Because what you're doing is essentially... Okay, so it's like two things. Either we have a function in this language, like Runic, that we've defined and that has type safety. And when you pass like an integer into the function, the type checker would catch that. And let's say you have a Boolean type value, you pass it in, and then you could do other stuff like you can if on it or whatever, or Boolean algebra and stuff like that. But in like in Bash and in these processes, they only work with like strings, and so you're passing a Boolean into a process argument. What does that mean? Like, should it be a 1 or a 0? Should it say true or false? What would that like coerce into a string? I would say probably when you use it like this, it should coerce maybe into true or false, because you might want to display it as such if you want to like echo, or maybe a 1 or 0. I think both options are probably valid. Maybe 1 or 0 is better because you could technically use it in like arguments for processes better. It would probably integrate better with existing like yeah. So that's probably going to be 1 and 0. Yeah. So what we'll do is we will just say we will do like alloc 1 and we will say that this is gonna be either 1 or 0. So if literal value is true, then this is gonna be 1, else 0, and then we return that. Okay. Okay, so now we can interpolate, or I mean, we can coerce all these different things to a string. So if we now go to our string or test here, and we make a new test, and I would just say like true. I realized that this was probably not what we were trying to do, but there we go. Now it says true, but that's not what we want. What the hell? Okay, let's do like Boolean. I don't know what we call this actually. Is well, I guess we don't really have a type though. But that's an identifier. I mean, it still says true. Wait, do we have another step where we do this? Oh, this is only for... Wait. Oh, maybe this wasn't actually used then. So I just did all this... Well, I did... member spec. Okay, this is not... Okay, I should have checked this first. This is the only place this is used. Okay, whatever. Oh, man. Okay, so this place... What's this? Render string literal. Where are you? Execute import render string. Okay. So maybe this is not the place then, actually. Okay, I'll search for this string. Script execution error. No, it is here. Okay. Run statement. Oh, but it is the evaluator that actually reports the error. Okay. And here we go. Here's the thing. Oh, so we already did this. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, oh, and this is like materialized string. Oh. But... Oh, I see. It's evaluating. So this is actually unnecessary if we already have... Okay, well, whatever. Let's change this to 1 and 0. I think that's more like compatible with things. I don't know. Now it's 1. Okay, cool. Yeah, so here it explicitly talks about process handles and voids, which will be 0. But I think if we have a process handle and it has been like executed, so we have the output, we should just pass the output into the thing. So let's see if we can get that. So let's get the process here. No, where, how, why? Yeah, so we could look at the status. We could see. Oh, we got like timestamps and stuff. Nanoseconds. It's always nice. AI has produced a whole bunch of stuff, and you go in and see like, oh, nice, you added these things. Okay, cool. Stage status. Okay, so it has a whole for the whole stage as well. That's cool. But this should be the status for everything, I think, for the whole thing. Okay, execute signal phase out. Okay, so where's, how can we get like the output? Standard outputs. So it looks at the last one. Okay, now that makes sense, I guess. I guess that makes sense. So we would get like standard out bytes, if there are any, I guess. Yeah. I wonder if we need to look at the status first, though. If the status failed, what would happen then? Like, what would we actually pass in here? Maybe that would become a runtime error or something. If you try to use something that didn't actually produce any standard out. Well, it might. I guess it might have produced standard out and then exited, I guess. But this would be like standard out bytes. Yeah. All right. Oh, expected. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, you're a constant. Why do you want to be mutable is the question. Why does this need... This is constant, so... Track string. Own strings. Okay. Couldn't we just duplicate it here then in that case? I mean, I guess one thing we could do is duplicate it here. Allocator dupe. All right. Okay, so now this should work, I think. Let's look at what it's doing. Let's remove this last, or we could put it in a comment, I guess. So we should get like ASDF 1 hello world. Yay! Okay, cool. And then you could do like, you know, you can have this expression where you want to get all the yes, and it didn't work because, oh, we are not actually parsing these as new lines. All right. All right. I'm just gonna take a short break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes here. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Oh shit. Second here. Okay, let's see. Okay, do I just want to fix this real quick here? Parsing these. Okay, where would we look? Do we have any place where we're actually looking for these things? Okay, now we're just finding all the new lines. Lexer. No, this is just the... Okay, what about parser, parse string? No, it should be in the lexer, right? The lexer string. Yeah, because we're reading in a, like, we're not getting a new line, actual new line character. We're reading in 2 bytes. We're reading in the backslash and n. So we should get all the backslashes. It's here. Here's the backslash. Okay. We're just skipping over it. I guess maybe we don't put it in here because it would complicate the whole lexeme part. Maybe we'll do it in the when we're actually like executing the code. Okay. Materialize string. Render string or literal. Right, so if we just have this, or when we produce the value, maybe that's where we want to do it. Like we're evaluating the expression. We get this literal here. We get the string. And we're back here. Okay, text. We're just appending that slice. So here we probably want to like, here's where we want to do this, I think, to get like the least amount of friction. There could be like considerations if, I don't know, what kind of analysis or something you want to do with that. I don't know, but let's just try to do it here and we'll figure it out. So we're just appending the slice, but what I want to do is before we append it, I want to replace a bunch. I want to replace characters with their byte equivalents, and it's probably always going to be a reduced amount of characters in this resulting string. However, since this is an immutable string, we don't actually have, we can't actually edit it inline, which would be, I guess, bad anyway. But so we have to duplicate it. So append slice, that's a form of duplication here. Yeah. Let's make a separate function here. What's that called? Like render string? I don't know. I mean, materialize string is... No, but that, yeah, that's for like coercions and stuff. Okay, well, render string, fine. String is this. So what I'm thinking is, yeah, try a render string. What I'm thinking is that we get the string, we replace, we do a whole bunch of replacements, and then we will, no, first we append, wait, no, we can't do that. Okay, let's create a new string. Let's just duplicate this, whatever. Yeah, let's just duplicate it. Do we have an allocator? Yes. We duplicate it, and then we do because then there's like mem replace scalar. No, it's not scalar. It's replace owned. What is this? Perform replacement allocator predetermined side column as free return. No, well, no. Let's do like replace. Input is this. Needle is. Wait. Yeah, needle is \n. Replacement is that. And then output. Wait, we could actually do payload here. Output into dupe. This would be yeah. Why is everything? Okay, let's just return this. No, then we need to actually take care of it afterwards. Where's this buffer at? It's here. Okay, let's just put the buffer in there, I guess. I don't know, this feels very convoluted the way I'm trying to do it here. Maybe we should just do it in here directly. Oh, this is managed. Okay. Replace, which returns the size. It returns the new size. And then we get like this 0 to length. Right. So that will take care of those. That will take care of the /ends, or not. Leaked. Okay, I don't care about leaks right now. Okay, why is it leaking? Oh yeah, because of this. Okay. There we go. Is this the expected output? Should be like ASDF 1 and yes. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, you know what? I'm not sure how this works actually on a bash. Okay, apparently it just prints that. Okay, there we go. No. Yeah, okay. So if we use printf instead. We get the same thing. Okay. Let's do like P2 without the grep. What? Okay. Also, yeah, why is this not printing what it should print? Like if we do this. Huh. What? Did this stop working now? Okay, ASDF stopped working. Replace needle with replacement as many times as possible, writing to an output buffer which is assumed to be of appropriate size. Use replacement size to calculate in an appropriate buffer size. The needle must not be empty. Returns number of replacements made. Oh, returns the number of replacements made. Also, I'm starting from 0. Well, I should start from 0, I think. Yeah. Returns the number of replacements made. Okay. So it's gonna be like n. So it's gonna be like dupe len minus n, I think. Because each one would reduce by 1 character, by 1 byte. Oops. Okay. Yeah, okay, now that works. Let's check out these ones. Okay, there we go. Except it does work. It works because the first one grips, yes. This one, yeah, okay. However, no, okay, so the input now actually is the characters themselves. Like, what if we just echo? What happens if we do this? Yeah, so this is different now. Because in the in the command line or here, you can't actually. Well, I guess you could do that. Yeah. But then if you write it in the script, it will actually become an actual new line character. Okay. But then I don't support, right now we don't support like the other ones, only this one. But we could make this into a thing and we could like do it over and over again. So we could do like replace what's it called, escape character, we don't want the buffer, we want the original string, we want the escape character, and then we will return this. So we'll do that. We'll look at slash. Wait, this doesn't work. We need a map. Yeah. We need a map. Oh. What's this? Oh. Oh, we could just use this. I think we can maybe turn the buffer into a writer, maybe. I know that used to be. You could use to. You used to be able to do. Could do. What the hell? I'm turning into like an old, super old AI here while I'm talking, trying to speak. Okay, so so if we make this public, oops, I mean Lexeme doesn't make sense. This is only used for printing the tokens, yeah. But now we actually want to like evaluate them like this, I think. Probably. Or do we? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we, I mean, what, like, I guess the issue is like if you really would like to put /n into echo, or I mean, I guess we would have some kind of way to escape it. The answer, I guess, would be like depend on what would be most convenient for a language like this. But I don't really have an answer to that right now, so. I mean, yeah, in order to actually, you could just do this to, and this would be, I guess, the same thing now. Or not. Well, okay, we are, okay, because we are replacing them, but if we weren't, I guess this would become a little bit annoying maybe. And confusing. Maybe we just don't actually, maybe we just don't actually like do this. Yeah, I'm just not gonna do this here actually. There we go. All right. Yeah. Okay. P2. Let's get rid of you. Why is there like an extra? New line there. Is that printf doing that? No. Is it grep? But we're grepping like the last one, we shouldn't have a new line. Then grep puts a new line. I guess maybe echo puts a new line. How do you do it? Like this? No? Huh. That is weird. Like, I'm not sure what's happening here, but maybe it's, is it like consolidating multiple new lines? Maybe this is like a protocol that I'm not applying here, like, because you know you have like line mode and stuff for these programs. Okay, I'm just not gonna worry about that for now. All right, so we have you know, it functions pretty well so far, I would say. We need to do some cleanup. Like, I would probably ask the AI to do some cleanup of the of the source code, like things that we are not basically not using right now. We should just clean that away, basically. Okay. What do we want to do now? It would be cool if we could get like the imports to work. But okay, one thing that I actually would like to do is get a basic sort of full-on pipeline. Like, okay, if I explain what we have right now. So basically, we have also we have like 2 different ways of writing comments, which is funny to me. But we have a lexer, or let's say we have the source code, and we put it through a lexer, which will give us tokens, and we're putting those through a parser, there, and we are getting an AST, right? And then we can now what we can do with the AST is we can do several things. What you could do is you can make let's see if we have like AST over here. So one thing that you can do is you can do a program. You could compile this into another source code, so you can have a compiler that compiles it into some sort of target code, and this could be anything. This could be like machine code that will, you know, do this very fast, except it would probably wanna I was thinking of maybe taking some of these common things and actually put them in a program. Like you could compile them as like built-ins in a program. You could compile these things into, like, this would just become a print write statement in a program, and this would just be like some sort of filter function in the program, and you could but that would be so much work. But maybe just for the super basic ones, but that would be kind of cool, because to get like a super fast optimized, script, bash script or bash like script. But anyway, it could be something else. You could compile it to, you could transpile it, whatever, to Zig or something else, like, I don't know, Python, JavaScript, whatever, C. What you could another thing you could do is you could then interpret, which is what we have right now. So we're basically executing the code. You take the AST through the interpreter, keep the same syntax here, and then this would actually execute the code directly. So that's what we're doing here. Another thing we can do is also put it through the LSP. So yeah, you can have this AST. It would build, you could make it, we could build up a symbol table and use it with the LSP in order to get more help when actually building these programs. So yeah, this would be like LSP. You get the LSP. So I think what I want to do, I don't actually think I'm gonna do this part in this project. This one I'm not gonna do. We already sort of have this part. Well, we do already have this part, except well, not every feature is like implemented, but everything in here is implemented except for the type checking. We don't have type checks, but that could also be another step here. You could actually add type checking, or, well, that could be a separate thing here actually, like type checking. So this would be like ASP into the type checker, and you would get, diagnostics out. Okay. And that could also be part of the LSP, like a LSP could call the type checker to report some diagnostics through that. I guess technically we could report like a symbol table to get all the identifiers and put them in a table, and you could print that out. Probably what we want to do, because we want to be able to use the LSP somehow. So one thing that I would like to have is like if we have, you know, let hello and we type hello over here, it would be cool if we could get the LSP to auto-complete this hello for us, or at least we could get some sort of help, you know. So that will be kind of the start of the LSP here. This one we're not gonna do, so I'm just gonna, I don't know, how do you, can you do like a strike through? No. I'm just gonna do, I'm just not gonna have this one, so I'll do that. I will comment it in the comment. I will comment it, comment out this comment here. Okay. All right. So we can do this now. So let's check out the LSP code. Here is the main. So I basically asked, again, AI to produce this in Zig. I've never done LSP in Zig before. And it seems to me it did some kind of very, I don't know, low-level stuff in regards to the server here, because basically what an LSP is basically just a server that runs, well, it's kind of like an HTTP server, but the protocol, I guess it's a little bit different, but it's basically HTTP, and you just send messages back and forth, but it's like, I guess it's like always JSON, and it's always, you know, you don't have to send all the headers. I don't know. But it doesn't really work because it's supposed to run right now. If I run it, I can run Runic LSP. I can pass in some like this is like it's based on standard in right now, so I can do like content length 0, and it will read this line by line basically, but then it's like unexpected end of input. I guess if you do like content length 1, put an A in here, yeah, it still says unexpected. So I think it's trying to read a JSON. Yeah, you can see here standard JSON. So it's trying to read a JSON thing. So if we say like content length 2 and then put there some things there, it still says unexpected. But I think it actually read this one, because now I had to push enter like a whole bunch of times. I think it actually read this one. And then, but we didn't see anything, any logging or anything here. So what I want to do is I want to add more things so we can see what it's actually doing here. And I have already done that, but it doesn't work. So let's see what we can do to make this work here. So we have this mode standard IO, yes, and we make the server and then we run it. So here's the server run function, and see here that we are trying to log that it has started, but it doesn't actually show this log because log enabled is probably false, and it's only true if this environment variable is true. So what we can do is we can copy this, we can set this to 1, and then we can run Runic LSP like this, and it still doesn't work. Great. Do I have to do like this? No. Why is this not? Oh, I have to do like export. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now we get the logs, right? So, and then let's try this. So now it still doesn't report anything. So what happens is we received a message. The first one we didn't actually receive a message. I guess maybe because it was like a badly formed message. But let's see. What happens here? So we log, then we have a while true, and we get a payload. We read a message, and every time we read a message, we log that we have received a message, right? So let's actually go ahead and look in here. So we're reading from standard in, and we're reading the headers, right? The headers. And what are we doing here? So actually, yeah, so let's just say, so we're reading headers, then we are taking some bytes, we're looking if we're end of stream, otherwise, and then we return this. So okay, so read headers, and here we're reading lines, we're trimming that, we're looking for content length only, we don't care about anything else, and then we're looking for that, and we're looking for the value, and then we're making that into an int, and we return that. So as soon as content length has been found, we have that, and then and this is while true. Where's the break? Oh, it's when we don't have any. When we encounter an empty line, basically, is where we break for the headers. Okay, and then after that, I think we're just reading everything. We get the content length here. We're allocating a buffer for content length. We are cleaning that up if it doesn't work. If we get an error. We're checking, keeping track of how much we've filled. We read some amount of bytes here. Reader read. Right. The destination is this buffer there with some index we've like added here, I guess you could say. So we're reading the thing, we get how many bytes we get. If it's 0, we expected more, I guess. And then we add the red bytes to filled, and then we should be good. Okay, cool. So, okay, so I did wrong. I did it wrong. So I actually did wrong. So I have to do it like this. Content length is 2, and then 1 extra. And then this. Now it read it. Okay. Right. So you have to put an empty line in between. Okay. It received this message, and then we get a protocol error. Okay. Cool. So we do get, whenever we receive a message, we log it. Okay. Now, I've set up NeoVim to actually launch this LSP, and if we run restart or stop and start and look at the logs, we get Runic LSP started, but then we don't get anything else. So it's not even, it doesn't log that it receives a some kind of message. However, it might be because it's only it might only log standard out. I don't know. So let's see here. Let's go back to, hey, Nat Gaming. Yeah, I remember you. I remember your name, but I don't remember much what we talked about. It was a bit chaotic because there was a lot of people joining from that side. But you were into... Were you also a developer? Let's see. Runic LSP service start. Yeah, I'm just... Yeah, we're using the same function. This should always do to standard areas. And we're flashing, so... Yeah. It's strange. I would think that NeoVim sends like initialize message to the LSP, but maybe it's not. I don't know. It doesn't seem to send anything. Like if I do control space, does it send like you know, auto completion requests or anything? I don't know, it doesn't say. I want to try to learn JS and React. Ah, I see. Didn't understand just that, yeah. Yes, now I remember. Thank you. Alright, how's it going? Okay, let me just Google this real quick here. NeoVim LSP initialize message. I guess I can show you here. Alright, support protocol. Also, I know that in the latest, I read that in the latest NeoVim version, the package that I have, like LSP config, is actually like deprecated. So now it's more like you use this built-in feature. Yeah, they're even referencing this here, I guess. Or wait, is this like an official package? I don't know. But basically they say that you should do it like this now and not have like LSP config whatever .lua.setup or whatever you have. Does your language already have OOP? And what's its name? It does not have OOP. And it's never gonna have OOP. Its name is Runic. Like the runes. Well, I say that now. You should never say never, as I say. But not in the first... No, probably never. I mean, the thing about it is, the purpose of it is it's a scripting language for building, just scripts where processes. So as I see it, where processes like communicate with each other, or however you want to say it. As I see it, like you want a script, like if you want to replace Bash or something like that. You probably want it to be very quick to write and don't deal with a lot of like abstract stuff, because I think I'm even contemplating of just skipping the whole type stuff, because but and the reason is because I think it's
it's speed is essential while doing this. It's more gonna be like build up a kind of glue between maybe other processes or programs. Like let's say, because otherwise you could just program you can just make a program that does the thing. So the idea is that for a scripting language like this, it's more like it has to be quick to write. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. If it's just as slow to write as another programming language, then you can just use a real programming language and get a faster version of it anyway. So, but however, I do plan on, instead of I plan on making types, like type inference, so you don't have to specify the types. Yeah, just like in Zig, like it's gonna have type inference. So yeah, so because I think it could help a lot with detecting like errors and stuff. Perhaps we'll see. Maybe it's pointless, but we'll see. It's fun anyway. Okay. Yes. What is the settings? So what would this be? Would this be like just a JSON thing that you get like in the initialize or something? Like to the server, you get this specific sentence sent to the server, schema server defined. Yes. So if we don't have this, will it not send anything? Is the question. Let's try that. Let's just try adding adding that. So I do have actually I have it. Let's see, plugin config LSP runic. All right. So let's see. Yeah, so this works, and root there is like very. I think the AI actually wrote this code. You can always blame on AI nowadays. Alright, so find out runic, yes, settings. Okay, so settings, I don't know, if we just, let's say we put like runic, whoops, work, please work true. Okay, and then we restart. All right, so nothing. Like it shouldn't it send like an initialize or something to the server? I don't understand. Use LSP name to enable config. Okay. Well, I don't have this. This is for the new version. I already have like my own setup that actually like enables the thing. So it is enabled. It does start up and everything. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen any logs there. Yes. Check health. Okay, I guess we could do this one. LSP, Windows P. No active clients. What about this? Yeah. So we have like runic. Version. Oh, I see. It didn't. Okay. It tried to get the version, but then it failed, basically. Executable auto start. I guess we could add a version. If version, we're just gonna print the version and return. And the version, I don't know. We can probably get the version from I don't know. Actually, let's check that. Zig get current version in zone file. Okay, so you can apparently you can do this. Maybe. No, that's just for build.zig. Oh, you have to add it. You have to, okay, so it's not exposed to the source code. You have to add it as an option in this build file. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that right now. I just want this to look better. Here we go to there. Check health, LSP, check health. Okay, there we go. Now it says version 0.01. Just to make it more, you know, maybe compatible here. 0 clients attached to this buffer. Why does it say 0? Why is it not detected attached? Did it like exit or something? I'm also trying to log when it exits, but also, does the LSP work with like a, okay, we have like two modes. We have standard IO, which uses standard in, standard out, but then there's also like you know, a socket, but we haven't implemented a socket yet, so maybe. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch as well right now. Let's see. Oh, okay, let me just Google this. LSP standard IO. Standard in. What? Error SB client. Talk to service using standard IO means standard in, standard out. Serpent's error message standard error. I can see what. Yeah, okay, but that's what I'm doing as well. Okay. So okay, so I guess maybe, yeah, maybe standard in is the way to go. Like develop LSP for this standard in. Is that how it's supposed to be? I mean, I guess it does read the standard error, so but that's just a log. It's just, why is it not? Oh hey. Yeah, I see you joined Twitch. Yeah, great. A practical guide. Okay. Cannot use Livestream routes done output. We have separate Livestream create logs on the client side. Is version explanation. Like, is the server supposed to send a message or first? I guess we'll maybe read here and see what's happening. Start server. So you're making a server. Okay, not really doing much there. What is this? Okay, whatever. Activate. Yeah. See, this is why it's probably better to write this actually in TypeScript, because that's there's so much support for it there. But whatever. It's just a matter of getting all the protocols and everything like correct, and all the it's basically just JSON back and forth. Okay, so what is this? Ballerina extension. Okay, so you make a client. You have this thing. Start. Alright, what does that actually do though? Who knows? Get server options. Right. But where do you use that? Here, okay, server options. I put it there, okay. Who knows if you're sending a message or not? We don't really see it here. I guess maybe it's saying it there. Supposed to be called the init method is supposed to be called when an extension is activated. Server options specifies the service. How to initialize the server using a command. In our case, the language server is just Java executable. Oh, I see. So it's like, okay. So we have a command, we have arguments, options. Oh, so it's not the server. So it's not like the thing you send at the start. Okay. Just how to create it. Okay. No options. We have an executable. Okay. So the standard thing. Oh, thank you. It's fun. Yeah, the thing about making programming language is it's just pure programming. So that's why I think it's so fun. Also, like making all the tools. It's just something with building tools. Just the feeling of making things easier. And then if you do it, if you try to, if it's also like it's for like procrastination. So basically, you want to be productive, but you also want to speed up your progress. So be more productive. So you're building some tool, but it takes longer to build a tool than to actually build the thing you need. But anyway, it's fun. So let's see. Specify how command options you can place the value of price home constant to directory. Client options, document selector, package, JSON. Capabilities, yes. Ultimately, because that's also something that like there's some communication with the capabilities. Like the server might send, okay, I have these capabilities, so that the client knows. But the client should also send something. I guess maybe that's what's missing. Like we should send from the server, like I have these capabilities. Maybe that's what's missing. Extension initialized, alright. But that does not mean it works. Okay, so here we actually do get some stuff. Okay, so apparently it already works here for them. Okay, so I think there's a lot of plumbing here that we don't see in this setup. It's like doing it automatically. Start server, like yeah, where is this server? LSP launcher. Wait, what the hell? Did I miss this part? Okay, here's the language server. So it's just create these services, alright. Initialized. Register capability. What does that do? What is language client? Language client. Yeah. LSP for J. So it's like a library. It's using this library here. I mean, we could go and look at it maybe. Wait, language client. Was it client? Yes. Register capability, JSON request. Okay, so is this like a request sent from the server to the client? Okay. Right. So the server sends this. We don't have anything like this, I don't think. So this only sets up the bare minimum here, I think. This just sets up, yeah, It doesn't really do anything. The only why it has an error is because of this. Wait, doesn't even need an error here. No, this doesn't even need an error. What the hell? Okay. So it's pure, you know, it doesn't do anything. No calls or anything. This doesn't do anything either. It just does this. So we don't actually register any capabilities to the client. So maybe that's the issue here. And maybe we even need to do more things. I'm gonna look here and I'm gonna see what happens when you create this thing. Is this just an interface? Okay. Okay. Oh, this implements language. Okay. So when you are connect, initialize, get instance. Check if dynamic supports. Okay. So where is that? Oh, here's another initialize. Right, I forgot about overrides or wait, what is it called? Overload. Because that doesn't exist in Zig. Initialize. Yeah, initialize result, new server capabilities, response. So this is just set. So initialize. When is this called then? I guess this is called like from the server maybe then. So if you look at the server, initialize. The initialize request is sent as the first request from the client to the server. If the server sees request and notification before the initialize request, it should act as follows. For a request, the response should be errored, not initialized. Okay. Notification should be dropped except until the server has responded to the initialized request with an initialized result. The client must not send any additional request. So here it's saying that the absolute first thing that should happen is that the client should send initialize to the server. But that's not happening. Sent from the client to the server, the client received the result of the initialized request. Okay. Yeah, and if we search for initialize, we are actually looking for like initialize messages from the client, but we never receive them because any message that's sent, any message, we log it. So it's not sending anything, which is frustrating. Well, there might be something else wrong here because it's saying also here like LSP info, let's say, Whoa. What the hell is this? Lua? Oh, let me do this. Here we go. This one, yeah, no active clients. But we're here. And it does start up. It just started up. Maybe it exited like straight away or something. Like it's supposed to be running until like standard in closes or something like that. Run. But then it should also log that it ended. Error, like what if something goes wrong here? It doesn't really say anything, but maybe that should also log something, I think. Let's do this. No. Actually, server, LSP server. Because if it's end of stream, it breaks and it should log this. And we do flush. Yes, we do flush. Maybe we just add more logs here, actually. So we've got standard in. Reader. This is kind of weird to me. We probably want a reader that is not like, it feels like we could miss things here. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe not. Maybe that's what the buffer is for. Like we're creating a reader here at this point in time is what I'm trying to say, and then and we also what we do provide the buffer here, so at this point we may have missed stuff, so we want to set up the reader like and have it like going here, and we don't actually like have the reader like this. We should have the reader here. And I guess this is actually like a file reader. And then when we run,
we will start the reader, or I don't actually know. Maybe there is some kind of buffering going on, but yeah. I think actually there was some buffering happening on the other. No, but that was Haskell. There where you had to say that, yeah, we don't want to line buffer this. We want to have the standard in bytes put directly. Okay, we initialize. Then what we need to do, we need to make the reader. See, do you need to be? No, you don't need to be a. The file doesn't need to be mutables or a pointer, so that's good. The buffer though does need to have an address. So okay, let's do like init reader or something, I don't know. Yeah, we'll do that as a separate step here, just to make sure nothing weird will happen during setup here. So when we actually run it, it will start to read. I mean, we could even do the first thing that happens when this program starts. But, okay. So then we should have that. Get reader, it's not even used, so I'll just remove that. Yeah, it's not used. So then, so now we have the reader. This should be like self.reader now. And here we don't really, oops. Read line. Now this needs to be like interface. Okay. Member function expected 0 arguments, found 1. Oh. Yeah. Missing reader. Right. Okay. Actually, what the hell? We need to build as well. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so we get the same shit. So there is an active LSP config, but there's no client success. It does start it. If I say like, that's also curious. If I say restart, I don't think anything actually happens. It still refers to the same
No, maybe it does actually. Yeah, okay, maybe it does. But if I say like stop, I don't think that actually does anything. And then start. Does it? I have to refresh it, okay. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know what's happening. Like, is it crashing? Is it, what is it doing? That, like, it doesn't actually, like, it starts up and then nothing, basically. It doesn't say anything. And this doesn't say that it's attached or anything. Maybe it's not attached because it didn't send any message or something. I'm just gonna have to look up the LSP protocol here. Let's just look up the LSP protocol. Okay, I think it's Microsoft, it's their thing, so specification, implementation, I guess that's what we were trying to do with this one. Check what it's actually doing. But overview. Okay, let's just look at this. Yes. Development tool, language server. Well, this is when it's has already started up, I guess. Yeah, I know. Capabilities. Okay. Specification. Content type. Oh, so you do have a content type if you want, but it's like default this. Okay. Content part. Actual content, yes. JSON RPC. Yeah, so you always have to have like JSON RPC 2.0, whatever, ID, method, params, lifecycle. Okay, current defines lifecycle server managed by the client. It's up to the client to decide when to start and when to shut down a server. Initialize request. Initialize request sends first request from the client to the server. If the server receives a request notification before the initialize request, it should act as follows. For a request, the response should be in error with... Oh, I see. This is just copied, or I mean, the Java implementation there copied this and just put it there. Until the server has responded to initialize request with initialize result, the client must not send any additional requests or notifications to the server. In addition, the server is not allowed to send any requests or notifications to the client until it has responded with an initialized result, with the exception that during the initialized request, the server is allowed to send notifications, window, show message, Windows load message, and telemetry event, as well as blah 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 blah. Request to the client in case client steps a progress token in the initialized params. Workdown token. The server is also allowed to use that token, and only that token, to using the progress notification sent by the server. Okay. May only be sent once. Right. Process ID, client info, locale. Okay. So, yeah. Again, this is sent from the client to the server, where the client should be NeoVim, and the server should be the LSP, right? Makes sense. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of capabilities and stuff. Yeah. Initialize results. Okay. So here's like, this is what the server should return. It should return this part. You can add some server info if you want, which is apparently already like guessed by the LSP client in NeoVim. And here we could pass some server capabilities. However, we don't actually get this initialize message, so I don't know what's going on. Unless there's something else happening. Okay, so yeah, so set trace. Notification should be used for the client to modify the trace setting of the server. Okay, log trace notification. To log the trace of the server's execution, the amount of content of these notifications depends on the current trace configuration. Okay, shutdown request from yes. Exit notification. Notification to ask the server to exit its process. Okay, text document synchronization. Yes. Okay, now we're down here somewhere. Window features, workspace. Okay. Language servers usually run a separate process. Clients communicate with an asynchronous fashion. Additionally, clients usually allow users to interact with source code even if the request results are pending. We recommend the following implementation pattern to avoid the clients apply outdated response results. If a client presents a request to the server and the client state changes in a way that it invalidates the response, it should do the following: cancel the request and ignore the results. Yeah, these are all like nice to haves here. Server should therefore not decide by themselves to cancel. If a server takes internal state change, client should not. I just want to get this up and running. Like, okay, servers usually support different communication channels to ease the usage of a service in different clients. It's highly recommended that server implementation supports the following command line arguments to pick the communication channel. Standard I/O uses standard I/O as a communication channel. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's actually. Well, I guess it did. I guess since it didn't fail at, like, if we try to run this and say like this, it says unknown flag, so it should actually receive a flag that is compatible here. So I will actually. If we get standard I/O, I'm just gonna log an error here saying standard I/O mode. Okay, so we see that it says standard I/O mode. We go in here, look at the logs, and this doesn't actually say anything, so yeah. But what would be the default? To support the case, the editor starting a server crash, the editor shows the pass process ID to the server. This allows server to monitor editor process and shut down itself when the editor process dies. Well, that's definitely not happening. Process ID passed on the command line should be the same as the one passed in initialized parameters. The command line argument uses client process ID. Yeah, that doesn't help. That doesn't happen. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. I think I want to do maybe, let's see. Let's go to LSP server. I want to add some more logs here. So read message. So reading headers. So I will log here, self log, read headers, just to see that we are here. Let's also do read message. I think we have to do try here. And Hello, Polaris. How's it going? Have a nice day, you too. Thank you. I'm just gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. So, let's see. Read line. So we're reading next line. Reading next line. And I will have the content length here. Can you do this without errors now? No. You have to put a question mark. How it should work. Formatting and optional. So now it's like if it's null, I guess it shows null here, and if it's not, it shows the value. I hope. So reading the headers there, yes. Then we have trimmed here. We're starting content length. Yeah, I guess we could add this. So red content length. Why did I say CT? It should be CL. Red content length. Yeah. And once we have content length, it goes ahead and reads the line until we reach double there, and then we're down here. So read headers done. I will do that one more time. All right, now let's do that. Wait, that's wrong. There we go. Okay, but anyway, it shows the thing anyway. And it reads the message again. That's weird. Wait, what? Okay, let's see if this actually does anything for us here. Let's open up here. Check the logs, okay. Oh, so it starts and then it reads next line. What's this weird output here? I never actually saw this. Okay. Read message, read headers, read next line. Oh, so it does send something here. Okay, I was suspecting that there was something weird happening here. And then we're done reading the headers, but then it stops. Okay, is there something wrong with the protocol here? Let's read. Yeah, separated by this. Just one. Oh. So it's not... Wait. Header part consists of header fields. Each header field is comprised of a name and a value separated by a colon and a space. The structure of the header fields conforms to the HTTP semantic. Right, but you can have... Yeah, each header field is terminated by this. Oh, it's a terminated. Okay, so it is an empty line. Considering the last header field and overall header itself, each terminated by the last one is mandatory, it means the two sequences immediately precede the content part of the message. Okay, so it is true. It does work. What would you say is easy for beginners? Unity with C# or Unreal C++? Actually, Unreal does have a visual programming language called Blueprint that you could use as well, which I feel is way easier. So I think another question also is like, what kind of game do you want to make? Because, you know, Unreal is very good. I mean, I guess both of them are very good with like 3D games. If you want to make a 2D game, maybe arguably there's more support in Unity. Yeah, 3D. So I guess pick your choice, I guess. I mean, if you want to actually program, then I would argue that C# is easier than C++, because C# is a more modern language, and C++ is like, it has a lot of weird syntax in it. Roblox with Lua for simplicity. Yeah, so if you're new to making games, I would start small. Speaking of like a little bit of experience there, like I've never released a game, but I do know that it's super hard to make games. And not to deter you or anything. It's just an advice that I feel many people also give, like, start small, because otherwise it's going to be too overwhelming. And just make a super simple thing. But if you already done through that, I mean, you could also, like, as a part of evaluating which tool you like more, you could make a small project in either, like in both of them, and then see which one you like the most. I've never done anything with Roblox, so I don't know. I know that Lua is even, it's a way easier language to use, I would say. I mean, like, Lua also has some quirks to it. Like, some parts of it is like very different from other programming languages. And but it is a good, you know, scripting language. And but yeah, it does have some quirks. Some like, I feel like some utilities that exist in like more modern languages are missing in Lua because it's so old as well. But maybe Roblox has nice, you know, standard libraries or something. I don't know. But maybe, arguably then, in the end, maybe, because I don't know about Roblox, but maybe I would say Unity is maybe slightly easier than Unreal. I'm not sure actually, but if you want to use like visual programming, then Unreal does have blueprints, which is pretty cool. And I think they also like compile a lot faster than if you want to like build with C++ in Unreal, from what I remember. Yeah, no problem. I mean, my advice is also like you have to take with a huge grain of salt, because I'm not an expert in any of this, so you know, in game development, so but I'm just speaking from my personal experience. Okay, so apparently this is okay. So let's just double check here what we're doing here. Let's do like LSP server and read headers. Whoops. Oh man. Oh shit. Wait, what happened? Did I press like full screen mode or something? Okay, I'll just manually resize here. Okay. All right. Read message. Yes. Read headers. So apparently it doesn't. No, it does. It did. It did that. Yeah, the last message was read headers done. 4062. So it should have exited this one and then started doing this. And we're allocating a new buffer with that much content. We're starting to read the things. Okay, so let's just read message, reading message, and then field is gonna be field, and then I'll do buffer len to show how much it should read. So let's do that. There might be some kind of weird buffering issue that it's not actually cutting off, like because we didn't receive a new line or something like that. I'm gonna check that in a second here. I just want to see. So this should, yeah, reading message, yeah, great. So let's go here. Reading message 0. Okay, so it's stuck at 0. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because it shouldn't actually send, you know, /n at the end or anything like that. So I'm gonna check zig started in buffering. See if we can find anything here. Reading from standard in is incredibly slow. Okay. Buffered stream. Try using the buffered input stream. Okay, this is like super old stuff anyway. What about this? At the same problem every time using a polar. Oh, this is also like old. Poll with timeout, get 5-fold and find contents. Where's this standard import? This doesn't work. Okay, this is old as well, but okay, what was your problem here? Get the problem down to one line. I would expect to repeat the first sentence, but it waits for a new line. So standard outrider prints C. Does this even work? I guess this was the old thing. Print C, print the character to standard out. And it reads 1 byte. Yeah, it went for a new line. Okay. What is this? Standard in mode. What the hell is this? Oh shit, okay. Standard out, print, standard in, read until, and buffer array 6 with story methods. Yeah, but that's because you're writing the whole thing. Okay. Why zig no rust? I should get a prepared answer for that because of how many people have asked that. I mean, I've tried Rust, but I never like deep down dove into it, and then I got stuck and frustrated, and I had other stuff that I wanted to do, so I never really learned how to fix the issues, and then I tried Zig, and it just. Yeah, it's good. That's all I have to say on that. No, but maybe I'll get some more meat on the bones with Rust, and then I can do like a real comparison or whatever, but it's really not. I don't know. It's probably not really used for the same purpose. Maybe I would say, and it's also like I think it's also like a matter of taste, to be honest, as well. Like, for example, does Rust have the same problem as basically like Haskell, where when you want to do something, you have to basically have a, implement almost like the whole thing before you can actually test that some parts are working. And in Zig, you can just, do piece by piece. And I mean, I guess you can always do that, but in Haskell it's like all the types have to be correct and everything has to be like perfect. It feels like if you're working with things like C or Zig, that's not always like the case. You can it feels like more you can do things piece by piece. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is kind of It feels very vague, but I don't know. That's just a feeling I have. Read until the limiter. Of course, the Zig has type, static types and TypeScript. That's not the issue there. So, but so don't think it doesn't have types or anything. but yeah. Okay, read until the storing data buffers while you see before. Okay, so should we? Maybe we should just read like the source code. Positional streaming mode. Okay, you have modes. I'm not sure what the mode is, to be honest. Right, let's put so the mode is positional, okay. What does that mean for us? So positional pred. That sounds syscally. But isn't reading from standard the same as reading from user input basic program thing? Yeah, I mean it does have. I'm reading from standard in. It's just that sometimes what programs like to do or libraries like to do when reading from standard in is to buffer until you reach like a new line or something like that, and then send the thing forward. So it stops the whole pipeline at until we reach a new line, and then sends it to standard in, or something along the way stops it and waits for a new line until it sends it forward. I'm guessing that's what's happening here, because I already solved this issue in another stream, in another program, in another programming language. So I'm suspecting that this has to do with the library here that does it in a specific way. So I'm trying to see what it is actually doing here. Unseekable. I mean, I guess standard in would be unseekable, maybe. So this one, positional read, I guess that's the problem. Maybe also like it's trying to do a positional read on standard in, which doesn't work. Maybe, I don't know. And we have like Windows, we have POSIX. POSIX system after non-blocking mode. Function will return what block against received. Yeah, there's also the thing. Well, it doesn't matter that much if it's blocking or not, I don't think. Let's limit on bytes to transfer from people. Okay. This should be on Linux right now. But this should be like, this is now we're off to the operating system. So I don't think this is the part where it's actually stopping us. Probably not. But it's probably unseekable. And then it makes it into streaming. And then I'm not sure if this is the what's happening, but probably to streaming. Seek by position, mode failure, rate fail. They should just set it to there. And what does it say? Set to position where the current position is the current thing there. Okay. So it just returns 0 if you're trying to read this here. But it switches. Okay, so it switches to streaming mode. Okay. So if we look at this, then we just do read. Okay. So okay. Okay, so maybe what are things you made in Zig before? So yeah, I've been working on a game for about a year in Zig. I made like I get a rudimentary physics engine for the game, and also like yeah, I mean basically a basic sort of game engine. And I've also made tools to build like tile maps and scenes for the game using imgui or imgui or however it's called. Okay, one second. So okay, wait. Standard in buffering. So this was the function I used in Haskell to make this work. And you can actually go here and set it to whatever, no buffering, for example. I'm not sure what block buffering is. Maybe it's like, I don't know. And then if it's there was someone posting engine on Reddit also. Was that you? No. I mean, there's a lot of or a lot, but I'm not saying haven't looked at it recently, but there are a couple of engines floating around. I mean, mine is specifically made for my game, and it is publicly available, but it's mostly for, like, I don't know, educational purposes. People who are curious about how it works, how I did it and stuff. But it's not really meant for, you know, public use. It's not really easy to maybe adapt to your, if you want to make your own game, let's say. Let's see. Yeah, they're also talking about cooked or raw mode. Okay. Raw mode, winter turns to specialized troublesome. Okay, no buffering. Set raw device. So that's if we are on this. Otherwise, we do something else. No buffering. Okay, so can I then? Set raw. Okay, is this is like some kind of built-in function or something? I don't know. So we can't do that, but I did find this. It tends from the Unix-like system, including. So yeah, that's what I'm interested in, I guess. So basically, okay, so this has to do with the OS, and you have to then like change standard in some attribute. I'm not sure what these are, but maybe we could read on like Linux standard in attributes. No. Attributes. This one is like using CL flag. Is it this one? TC set attribute, yeah. So it was like I canon or something. Echo input characters. If I can is also set erase character erases the preceding about where. Okay. So echo input characters. Flusho. Not input 6. Not supported under Linux. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. So basically they're setting this and this. I don't think this actually is that important, I don't know. But this one should probably be the thing that you want to set. But this sets it to this the. Isn't this like a knot? If you want to accept multiple characters until the sentence will be intact, you probably need to buffer each character to end of character. Every time it gets its check is sent on for appending it to end. Why do you disable echo flag? Disable echo flag makes it disabling make it. This doesn't make sense to me. Get E? What is that? Okay, so if enable echo, it would be named get E, yeah, but don't. The functions. Okay, so what is that though? Is that you actually get more that you want, or does it echo it to stand it out? Oh, okay, we don't want that. No. We don't want to echo standard in to standard out. I don't think it's doing that anyway. I guess this is what we need to worry about. CC vmin. Minimum number of characters for non-canonical read. V time. Time after deci what? I've never heard that term before. Deciseconds. Okay, so is that like tenths of a second for non-canonical read time? Right. So that I think these are the things we need to set then in that case. And then it's like restoring it afterward. I don't think we need to restore it. No. This standard in, this should only be for this process. So if we exit, it should, yeah, it shouldn't do anything. So we should do these two things. So how do we do that? Let's figure it out. Let's go to our runic LSP main. Yeah. If we have standard IO, we want to do some extra things. Whoops. We want to do these things. And we also want to do this. So, standard in, which we don't have here. Let's let's get it here. There's our standard in. And mode. What is this? Okay, I don't know. It just gets the mode, I guess. Rider, copy range, downgrade lock, lock, query, p, write, reader, streaming. Sync. What is that? Blocks until all pending file constant metadata modification of file has been synchronized with underlying files. Okay. Support try lock unlock update times. A time, M time, no. Right handle. Okay, so maybe we should use maybe there's something like something here. Ah, here we go. Okay, so this should be like standard in handle, I guess. And yeah, this only works on Linux, so let's just keep it to that. Optional action. What is that? Drain flush now. I don't know. I guess we'll no. I don't know what this optional. It's optional. This syscall, okay. I guess we have to read what that is. Change occurs immediately. Okay, cool. And then we have term ios p. Okay, cc. Right. Okay, so they did like this. You have after, and we do like get after of the handle. So now we should have the attributes, and I think because we have like this is like depending on which operating system or whatever, you get like several different things, I think. Yeah. And then, so we got the attributes. Now we need to modify, I guess. Let's look for Linux. Yes, no, just .cc. CC. Okay, 1 and time 0. Var and const and zig are only to distinguish variable and constant values. Yes, so var means it's mutable. Const means it's immutable. And it's not to confuse with other programming language where const actually means like compile time known, because that's usually how it is in some programming language, in many programming languages. Or many, but I don't know, from what I've seen anyway. So var is just mutable, const is immutable. And you can have a constant that depends on, you know, mutable input or runtime known input, but it's still a const, which just means it's immutable, really. But then you can also have comp time only constants, and you can have comp time known constants, runtime known constants, comp time known mutables as well, and runtime known mutables. So I guess there's like, maybe you could say there's 4 different things. Okay, so this would be after there. We just passed that in there, I think. Yeah. And we set it now. Okay, yeah, we can see here now. It says now here. Standard in, yes. New at here we actually do like a pointer. I don't think we need to do that. No. Alright. Let's see if this works. Does not support field access. Oh, it's an error. Okay. Let's do a try. I guess this can also be an error. Yeah. There we go. Standard in, never mutated. Fine. Expected use size, found an enum. Right, so we'll do like int from enum. There we go. What? Okay. I guess you could do like you could say you could do like a switch on built-in, what is it, OS tag. If we're on Linux, we'll do this. Or I guess POSIX. How does this work actually? Oh, so you can have a C library maybe as well. But this is a syscall. Wait. Okay, whatever. Or maybe it's not C library, I don't know. So this standard OX. No, this is just for Linux. So yeah, so it should just be Linux then. But this says POSIX. Okay, whatever. We'll do it like this. So now we will secure that if you're on Windows, this is not gonna fail here. And we will. Where's my build? Oh, switch must have. Okay. Otherwise, we're done. Okay. Now, let's try it because we should be able to try it by doing this. Right. So we're already here. So let's do like content length 2. And then this. I'm already deterred here because it should have been completed. We'll try it. Maybe it's because of how the terminal works there. We'll see. There we go. Now something happens. Finally. Okay. Quit with execode 1, signal 0. Okay. Good. Alright. Cool. That is very good. Alright. Not the terminal. Yes, finally an error. Okay, so we're logging initiated, not a terminal. So it already is not a terminal. Okay. So, okay. I guess we are back to square one actually, because we just got an error from trying to use this here. Okay. Not a terminal. Not a terminal. you don't get an error in set attribute. I mean, yes. It doesn't matter which finder you use. First argument now is reverse different numbers. Okay, let's see. What error does y? Okay, I'm guessing it's here. We get a error. No. Okay, so this is the error. No TTY. Do we have like error codes? Man. Man, this is okay. Okay, maybe it's because like how we're like maybe we should do like reader streaming or something. Positional is more thread safe, so global seek position is affected. Such syscall is not available. Preemptively stream or skips a failed syscall. I mean, yeah, that's all it does. Is like because it enters streaming mode if the other one doesn't exist. I guess we could try it. I'm not sure, like maybe, yeah, because this fails, so maybe it's like automatically not an issue, but I don't know. The Haskell code also went and did something like this. So yeah, let's do like reader streaming. I don't think this is gonna do anything, but guess we'll try it. No. It does not. Well, okay. Yeah, it's gonna fail now anyway, since it's not a terminal and... Okay. I will bleep that out. And start again. Yeah, no, it's still stuck on this here. When you use Raylib, do you use bindings or no? I do use bindings, but that's just because when I started with using bindings, this was the first thing that I tried, and then I just stuck with it. But you can easily import Raylib with Zig. It's very, very simple. Because Raylib actually has like a Zig integration in its repo. It has like a build Zig file, so you can basically import it. You just like install it like any other Zig package basically, and then and then it just works. And I think Zig has gotten better also with the C integration, with the types being you get like Zig based types, although some of them are like C special kinds of types, especially like C strings and pointers and stuff. But then there's also like some kind of translation thing as well, but I haven't looked at that. But I think one of those bindings are use like an automatic translation tool. Well, not a translation tool, but more like but because translation to me it implies that you actually like port the whole thing, but that's not what's happening. So maybe it's not that, maybe it's something else, but there's some kind of binding generator it's using to convert all the types and stuff automatically. Okay. So that did not work, and this obviously does not work. So it's not in terminal mode. So how would you then non-terminal mode standard in no buffering? Please. My test application is pipe FD. Okay. I'm not sure what that does. Let's see, and then we have a fork. We close. Is that standard in? And then we have FD1. Where is that? Is that set here? No, it's not. Or yes, it might be. Okay. And then we have some allocation here. We're reading things. And we're printing it out. And we are doing that. Okay, so it's basically creating a thread here that like reads in one by one, or tries to anyway. And then what's happening here, we're reading, oh, it reads from this, which is like, okay, so it creates some sort of pipe. Okay, so it creates like a intermediate thing here. We're reading from that. We're closing also for some reason here, and we're reading. Oh, I see. This is the. Oh, okay. So we're not using like this process original, I guess, standard in or whatever. We're using this pipe here. Okay. And then we're reading from the main, I guess, I think standard in. Or the other way around, whatever. And then... or, well, I suppose this is main, right? And then, or the parent. If this is more than 0, we'll write that out. Yeah, we're reading 1. I'm writing 1, okay. I want to see char code after each enterogram, but in fact, is printed only after new line. I use Linux, so the solution is this, which doesn't work for me. What a way everyone does these things. Oh, they set it to 0 as well. That's weird. The TTY driver. I guess we don't have that then, because so what is stopping us? Why is it so hard to get this information? Because I don't know how to search for it, I guess. Hey, we're learning. Yeah, so let's see. 4K buffer, print programs, nothing. There's AI. Yeah, there is AI. You are correct. You're definitely correct. Yes. Actually, I could do this. Oh, let's just do this. std buff to disable standard IO buffering for the process. Run it as buff IO program. glibc to make standard in unbuffered. I have a feeling that this is not the answer. Each byte delivered as soon as kernel supplies. Yeah. We should be working with the kernel, we shouldn't be working with some kind of terminal. I guess we could be working with like NeoVim's Vim, but Ask glibc to make standard in unbuffered. What does that mean? Like, does it set some kind of... What does it actually do? Note that this only affects standard I/O buffering inside the program. If it continues buffer manually, you need to modify the flush. Actually, you know what? They said flush. That is they did say flush, and I do have a sneaking suspicion that we might have forgotten to flush. Maybe. Do we actually need to flush here though? Isn't this like a blocking? This blocks. Read into destination. And what is the so it just reads the whole thing. Okay. That's weird. It's like read streaming, and it just reads the whole thing. It doesn't even look for if it's some kind of I don't know. Anyway. Okay, well, what's the idea? What's the idea? Yeah, this blocks and then it doesn't do anything. That's the problem here. Okay. Yeah, but then it's the OS that blocks at the end. Wait, no, this is not. That's not the thing. It's over here. System. Read. What? Yeah. Oh, here's the max count. Okay. Right. Okay. I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Have you tried OCaml before? No. I have not. I've tried Haskell a bunch of times. Throughout the years. What about you? Are you? What did you say? Are you from C or something, or Rust? See, reading message. Yeah. I do not understand. Let's do like where's GPT? Okay. How do I... Okay. Let's see if we know Zig. In Zig, how to disable standard in buffering in a non-terminal program. I'm nothing, but I like Zig. If anything, I'm typed. What does that mean? TYPST? Okay. Are you, so you're interested in programming language, but you haven't started learning or trying it out, or you're just looking? Window shopping. Okay, what's your issues here? As a markup language and programming in one. Oh, cool. I would have to check that out. Actually, that sounds cool. In Zig, you don't need encounter disable standard buffering on the way. I do. Okay. Well, this is the old thing. Yes, it's unbuffered. Yes, the OS. Okay, but how standard indirectly? Yeah. And the remaining buffering waves from the OS pipe or from the program that writes to your stars and yeah. You need to flash output in the other program. Well, that's NeoVim. It should already do that. I feel like it's supposed to interface properly. If you're instead using C standard, you should set now. Okay. Is there a flag or anything you can set to the standard in? Not TC set after. So what can you like generate markup or with it? Is that the idea? Like you, or how does it work? Because that sounds cool. No, on the Zig side there's no unbuffered. No, but that's not what I'm trying to say. Standard IO reader. Yeah. Okay, on a theater where you can change mode, but you explicitly don't want. But you explicitly don't want that, and it doesn't apply to pipes files anyway. I know for a non-terminal standard-in pipe file, any buffering you observe is coming from producer's programming to send an IO. I mean, that's what I said, like not TC set errors or whatever. On a TTY, you can, yeah. On a non-terminal, any buffering observed is coming from the producer's standard IO library or the kernel's fixed size pipe buffer, which you can't meaningfully turn off. So from a zig program, you can't flip a flag on standard in to stop upstream buffering. You can either control the writer or read normally with zigs over from it. Okay. Did I miss something here? It's not magically starts to work now, but yeah, it still says trying to read the message. It hasn't read the message yet. What if we just read 1 byte at a time or something? I don't know. And see how far we get. .map more functional, right? I mean, yeah, it depends on how you look at it. The idea comes from, I guess, a more, or it's what you would say is more common for like functional programming. And some languages like Haskell, for example, doesn't even, you cannot actually do normal loops. You have to use map to, or some kind of map like thing to actually, you know, loop through a thing and do some stuff. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's do read message. So this one is like, is doing this. Let's do like, let's just do 1 fields +1. That should always be possible. Yeah. All right. Build. Restart. Go over here. Well, it's still stuck on here. It doesn't even read in 1 byte. Man, this is... Is anything else happening in here? Like, let's say we read positional. We do pread. Positional read. That should be like some sort of error, I think. But we're not doing that actually. We're doing streaming. And this just sends it further to read here and tries to read 1 byte. Or something is blocking here. Man, this is insane. Okay, let's see if we can figure out something from here then. It just feels like this should not be a problem. Like this should all be correct. I mean, NeoVim should know how to interface with this. Like if it's trying to send a JSON thing that has that, and it knows that, okay, I'm not flushing until I have a new line or whatever, then it should send a new line itself or flush itself like that. It's so weird if it wouldn't do that. That doesn't make sense at all. Like it should always be doing that. Where is Neovim, LSP, standard in, buffering or whatever, I don't know. I'm just reading like all random stuff, trying to make this work. If you control the memory, why don't you visualize in real time something I have memory dumps? Yeah, that's what I'm doing, and like I am basically like if you see here I'm logging out. So this is just before I send off to the OS, hey, give me the next chunk of data from standard in. Then this does this. The only thing this does is basically goes to the OS, asks for more, and it's a blocking thing because it's not the async. You can there is an async version, but I think it would probably be the same issue there. But this is blocking until we get some bytes from the OS standard in thing, and then it should go through here again, and it should go back here until we've filled the entire thing, or we've filled the entire thing and we go back. So either we have read the message, and if we have read the message, we go here. So if it's like some kind of error, we show that and end. And all these exits should log something, but that means that we're actually stuck here. So I am stuck here because the OS blocks me, and it's refusing to give me the bytes because of something. And from what I've gathered from all of this, is the only thing that left now is like the NeoVim client is not actually flushing its standard in, but that doesn't make sense to me because it's made for this type of communication. So that's why I'm confused, and I don't think this is the issue, but you never know. So I'm just trying to figure out, try different programs to standard in from them. Yeah, so also, yeah, the thing is, I've tried this as well. So if you go, let's see, if I do this, and I will do, well, this is from the console. So let me actually do LSP main. Let me enable this again, or from the terminal, build, and then we start this thing here. Now every time I type, well, except for now because I'm reading the headers, but so okay, wait, protocol error, content length, content type, okay, I said the same. So every time I type now, it should hopefully do something. No, it doesn't. So it's already wrong here. I don't understand. It might be because of the terminal mode or something. Let's see, terminal mode, non-buffering or whatever. Standard buff. Okay, do I have standard buff? Okay. So let's do like I0. Okay, and then this is now runic LSP. Okay, content length. No, goddamn. 21. No, why is it 21? Reading next line. No. Done. No. Protocol error. Yeah. Content length 2. So if I type something now, no, it doesn't work. Unbuffer. No. Now, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's supposed, like every time, like right now, when I go here, content length 2, right? Now, we're in the read message mode here. And I read 1 byte at a time. And then I log out. Okay, I've read this. I've read 1 byte and give me the next one. Right? So it should print this again as I give it the next byte. But it's not doing anything. Here. So until I press enter, where it's like, yeah, you get a protocol error. So, but that doesn't matter. But I'm trying to see if there's something with the terminal that you can turn off, turn on, like you know, line buffering, turn off line buffering, and that's what I'm trying to do also here, like in the main LSP. I'm turning off. Well, there's no like line buffering thing here. It's just vmin vtime. I guess we could do the other thing they have, like C flag. What was it? Echo. No. Wait. C flag. Or was it C flag, or what was? O flag? L flag? L flag maybe. Yeah, L flag echo is false. And it was like I cannon. It's also false. I'm not sure if this does anything. Let's just try it, I guess. But it also, it would only work in a terminal, so it does. This is not even the issue. Okay, it does do something. You don't see what I'm typing now. So it does do something. I will give it that. Okay. Why? Okay, why is that? Why would that be? Okay, that is very arcane. I'm just gonna say that is arcane. And now my terminal doesn't show anything. So it actually changed the term. Okay. It changed the terminal. Interesting. Let's then, I guess we'll do like defer. And we'll set this back to true. And I guess we want to keep the old attributes. Oh man. And this is gonna be a pain. What is that? An either type? I guess this Termia standard C. No, yeah, we'll get it. No, we're not get it. We don't get it actually. We get the old after. I'm just gonna do this for to make it easier to work with here. So yeah, here we can just copy it fine. Here in the defer, we don't need to do anything. We just set this to the old after. Oh, let's just catch whatever. And I guess you're a const. Wait, no, you're not. I'm copying that there. There we go. All right. Oh shit. Zig build runic LSP. Oh no, but now it's restoring it back to nothing. Okay. Oh man. So let's set these to true then. I'm not sure if both of them were true, but no, it doesn't work because the yeah, okay, there we go. No? Wait, it should have restored it. I was restoring it back to the original, right? Man. So don't do that. Don't restore it. Okay. Build LSP. Okay, now we can do this. What? Why is... Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Possible to format your disk if you're not careful. Yeah. It's weird when you can't see what you're typing. I've never actually had that happen before. Have you had this running before? Fine. No, I'm trying to implement this for the first time. So, I mean, I know that it's possible, but it's like, well, here we can actually now see or prove that it actually works byte by byte in the program. And there's like something else causing it to not work. Wait, this is runic. And there's something else causing it to not work. Okay, this should be false. Then apparently this makes it so that it is now like you can pass it one by one. If you disable echo for some reason, now it like, yeah, okay, now you don't have to wait for a new line. That's so weird, but okay. Anyway, maybe it's to prevent it be looking weird or something. I don't know. Okay. So, but the thing is, also we need to restore this. Okay, so if I just go through this again. now you can't really see what I'm doing here. Also, I didn't need to do the standard buff thing. I don't think I need to do this here. Okay. Now it's logging as well. So you can't actually see what I'm typing here, but I am typing in content length colon space 2, enter, enter, and now I'm typing in 1 byte. And there you can see it read in 1 byte. This didn't happen before. And now the next byte, and we're restored here as well. Okay, so that obviously works. So as long as the input now to the program, this proves that there's nothing in my program that makes it buffering, you know. So if I now run this, well, it will crash because if I run it like in NeoVim, because NeoVim, this crashes here because there's an error here. So I think I will catch this error here and look if it's like a error, not a terminal, then we simply don't do anything. Otherwise, I will return this error. Wait. Oh, I need to switch on it again, or as well. There we go. And yeah, okay, so this will break out somewhere. I guess we can label this switch here. This would be like mode init, I don't know. Does that work? Okay, cool. And now if I build, let's just test this again. Hard to see if I'm, yeah, this works still. Okay, but if we then do it here now, this shouldn't crash it. It should just not work properly. Yeah. So this doesn't crash because the last message here we can see is like reading whatever there. All right. So, okay. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, this is kind of strange, but the only thing that I can think of now is NeoVim not actually working properly here with this. That's weird. I mean, I might be doing something wrong, of course. That's you know, a lot more probable. But I've tried to find the issue, and I don't know. There's something not working here properly. But I just don't know what it would be, because this is like okay. One thing I will do is I will go to lsp config and I will go to like an older thing, because the new ones have like different stuff. Yeah, it has done a lot of updates. Okay, I guess Lua maybe config. Configs. Okay, let's just take, I don't know, VS Code. No, VS TLS. No, wait, where? I mean, I guess we could just take anything. ZLS. Okay, fine. Default configs. Single file support. What does that mean? Yeah, there's no like special things happening here. That's why I want to check like some kind of default thing that's always added to these things. Config. Default config. Where is this? That's in the... Okay, what about this one? Util. Log level, message level, settings. Everything is empty. Auto start, capabilities. Capabilities I already like set. Auto start I guess is true anyway. I mean, I am using LSP config to create this, so it should like put this stuff on there anyway. Thank you. Let's see, Light Excel. What is that? I mean, I just have the sneaky suspicion that there's something else going on. Yeah, I don't know. It's the thing is, something is causing it to read until a new line. Like this read line, of course, obviously is like take until, but this is not what we're using in the other one though. And the same, and yeah, we're using read, which should take whatever's there. we've proven that it actually does that. It does what it's supposed to do in a certain environment, but when it's launched from NeoVim, this does not work. So yeah, the mode is standard IO from the beginning. Yeah. Man, I am running out of ideas here. Getting us free. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's ask. This. No, skip. Yeah. So, NeoVim LSP client, is it line buffering its standard out to the LSP server? Just a question. Because how would you communicate it? Well, if it sends like an unterminated output, how would you actually communicate with it? Does not line buffer. Okay, good. NeoVim talks to the... Well, if this is true... in standard IO mode, NeoVim talks to the LSP server. libuv pipes, not via C standard IO streams. There is no flash on and UI behavior. Writes and reads arbitrary byte chunks become available. Messages framed by content length. Plus blah 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 blah. Yes, any line or block buffering you will see will be from the LSP service only implementation or the OS pipe, not from NeoVim. But it does work for other LSPs though, so there's something going on. Of course, there's some weird, like the content length we can read perfectly fine. Okay, the OS pipe. How to disable the buffering on the OS pipe. See if AI can help us out here, because we're stuck. You can't. Great. The OS pipe itself isn't line buffered and doesn't. Why did you say that it could be the OS pipe then? and doesn't expose. Okay, let's just see what it says. Disable buffering knob. It just holds a byte queue up to its capacity. The line buffering you see is almost certainly from your LSP service standard IO layer, but it's not. So it's from the kernel in that case. That's the only, unless I missed something. What you can do is disable flash user space buffering on your server. Yeah, I'm not using clib. I'm not using that. No, I'm not using that. Externally, you can also run your server via tools that tweaks. Then wait, am I using clib actually? Did it actually add clib? Hang on. No, I don't think so. LSP. Oh, that's the library. Add import, install artifact. No, there's no clib in here. Okay. Okay. So you can also run your server via tools to tweak tires and buffering. There's no overflow. Would standard buff work on a non-TTY pipe? Yes, specifically meant to override standard buffering even when. Okay, but it's okay. It works by wrapper around glist and an IO. Doesn't care whether the destination is a terminal or pipe. Only affects programs that use glibs. Yeah, so that are dynamically linked. It won't help if the program writes directly. Yeah. So this won't help. Like the, yeah. So. Okay. I'm using zig 0.15.1 and standard fs file standard in dot reader streaming. How would I go about disabling buffering, even though I already know it's already not disabled? No, this isn't even. No, I already know it works. There's something else happening. This is so weird. What is happening? Okay, well, I'm using a zig 0.15.1 standard IO, no, standard file reader, or no, standard in reader streaming. How do I make it non-buffering? It does work if I am running with TTY or a terminal pipe and use term iOS or whatever to set attributes to make it non-buffering, but when the program is launched by NeoVim LSP client, the buffering appears. How about asking Discord, thinking about that? Yeah, maybe. I just poke around a little bit. That's always the super last for me. I basically never ask for help like that. I usually just get stuck and then I give up. But I don't know. I want to solve it right now. But yeah, it's because yeah, it should like work. I don't know what's happening. Like I'm trying to figure it out here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, read stream is already non-buffered. Yes, it's just reps read. Yes, so yeah, it goes straight to the syscall. There's no buffering. Yeah, what's happening? Starts the service turns pipe not a TTY. Terminal is unaffected. Yes, the kernel pipe itself does not line buffer. The level bytes writer actually writes them. So if you only see data write per line in bursts, that's because LSP client or sometimes batching or buffering his writes, not because Zig is buffering on read. I don't understand. The rawest way to read is, yeah. I mean, we're basically we are there. That's what we're doing. We're just calling read. Oh, okay, so they're reading directly on the file, which we don't really do. We create a reader, I guess. But it's, I mean, we still just call the syscall read, so that's as unbuffered as it gets for reading. Each call goes straight to the OS. If you want non-blocking, no, that's not the problem. Because the OS wouldn't have received anything. If it had received something, we would have gotten it. So the problem is not the blocking. The problem is that we don't actually get any data, is what I'm understanding here. Okay, you can actually just do that. But now, yeah, now you get an error from read. If there's no data, you get like E again or whatever, and then you have to like read until you don't get the error until you actually. But that's just so that you can do other things in the meantime, I guess. Bottom line, you can't fix this from the server side. Okay, so how would I go about to configure NeoVim to be able to interface with my server? I'm using NeoVim 10.x. Just so it doesn't give me this, because the API has changed. Yeah. Or there's something really obvious that I'm missing that I just didn't see, but yeah.
You don't need or get any special number of percent near inside. The building LSP always talks to the server, always steer the IO pipes. Your Zig server just has to speak LSP over, standard in, standard out. You're wired up via start. Or the confirm. Yes. CMD. There's no. Yeah, this is basically what I'm doing here. Already reading for the, yeah, so it's basically saying, hey, it should work. Oops. And I'm also saying that, so. Okay. Let's go through this again here. We get the standard in. What if we change this part? So we have reader. What if we just say, okay, what if we do this? And we just do like standard in, and we read directly like this. And this is even more direct here. It should be the same thing. It should be exactly the same thing. Like the OS should have some buffering, like while I'm not reading from standard in and they are pushing things into standard in, and by the time I read from it, there should be something in that buffer, right? Okay, I can't test it here, but well, I guess I can test it here first. Yeah, so that still works. And this still doesn't work. Okay, let's do this. No. Let's do like this and investigate why the LSP it just feels like it's correct. This would be like a waste of time, but if we can investigate why the LSP does not or appears to be not getting any bytes when reading the message in read message function. It reads as long, it seems to read fine as long as there is a new line in the standard in. But when reading the content of the message after the headers,
we can see that the NeoVim LSP client sends 4,000 whatever something length content, but then doesn't actually seem to send it, or at least the LSP gets stuck there, even if we only read 1 byte at a time, and we are not line buffering or anything like that. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna go BRB 1 second here in the meantime. All right, what has it? Oh, it has some kind of thing here. Did it actually do anything, or yeah, it just has a plan. It didn't update any files, I hope, but or I mean, whatever. Read headers. Pulse from the buffered streaming reader. Yes, I know that's not the problem. The buffered reader happily reads as much as the kernel gives it. So when it parses the blank line, ending the headers, it often already has part or all of the JSON payload stored inside this buffer. Great. Oh, I see what you're trying to say. Is it? But that's weird. Why would that be missed? Immediately afterwards, read message switches to raw standard file for the body. Those calls bypass the buffered self-reader. Oh, payload buys around fetch buffer. Oh my god. Oh my god. But wait a minute. But we have the reader here. Do we not also need to create like an interface? Yeah, you need a mutable. This needs a mutable, which means that this has to be mutable. I mean, and the whole thing is The reader has the buffer. Oh my god. This is the whole issue here. Okay. Oh my god. This is so stupid. Okay, let's make this reader this here instead. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we did solve a whole bunch of issues though, but okay. Let's see. This. So we have this reader stream. Now the problem is, can we just say interface here? That's the issue. Like, because we'll. Init interface buffer. Okay, so it's only dependent on the buffer, and the buffer is going to be the same buffer we're using there. Okay, so we should be able to do this because the buffer has a stable pointer at this point. So we should be able to just say that you are now the reader there. Okay, cool. Then we don't do that. Even though, yeah, now we're using the same reader. This has like a buffer, seek and add. Yeah, these things are the things that I think is what's causing the problem. Like, yeah, I think that's what AI is trying to tell me. Like, these things are the things, since these are kind of like reset, we create a new. No, we don't. We don't create a new interface. We only have one. But we are switching to the other reader. That's true, but we didn't do that before. So what's up with that? Read. Yeah. So let's do like reader, and then we do like read. Let's just do like read. Slice all. Yeah. Read slice all. Fill the buffer. We don't actually get. No, wait. Oops. Read or take. Huh. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna take one byte and we'll catch. No, we'll just do try. The only thing it could be read fail or end of stream. We don't do this. We will plus equal 1. And then the buffer field equals this, right? It starts with 0, that should be fine, yeah. Okay. Let's do this test first. Okay, it fails. Switch on corrupt value. Okay, something weird is happening. Oh no, did it disable the thing? Oh shit. Okay, well. I should just disable this. I should just remove this shit here. No. Yeah, I'll just remove this here. Or do this, yeah. There we go. The thing that I need to do though is I need to enable these again. I don't know about these things. Well, what's happening now? No. What is happening? These are true. And let's just return here. Okay, there we are. Okay, so let's see. Now let's get rid of these things. Yeah, there we go. Unused switch label. Okay, let's just do the whole thing here. No. Unused local constant. Oh. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now, what is the issue? Switch on corrupt value. Okay. So why here self reader right why is it corrupt? What is corrupt? Mode or the reader itself? No. Switch on corrupt like R. Well, I guess yeah. Maybe the pointer is weird. Did I forget to do something? Like in its reader, do I need this? Because what I'm seeing here is like this one. The only thing this is oh, maybe it does have other things. The V table. Okay, you know what? Let's just make this super safe. We'll have like standard in reader. This is a file reader. And then the reader is gonna be file reader streaming self reader buffer, and then this is gonna be self-standing reader interface. Wait, but you need to be a pointer. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, and then that's fine. Wait, are we not calling init reader? Maybe that's the issue. Yes, we are. Okay. And you should be yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Well, the terminal made it line buffered, I guess. But okay, let's now. Is this the test now? Test. Oh. Oh my god. It works. Okay. Wow. Okay, so it was some kind of weird issue with the reader and stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, it just didn't make sense. But it makes perfect sense now. Alright. Cool. Banging heads on the table works until you give up. Or you can ask the AI. Man, that okay. Okay. Yes. Great. So now let's get rid of these things. And also let's like take, I don't know, how do you just take everything that you can? Take n. I guess we'll take like buffer len minus filled. Right? And no, we don't take it. We just we say read slice all. Yeah. And then we say filled to the end. Right? And you, we don't have anything. And fill plus equals. Wait, but how would we know? Fill buffer with the next length advancing to see. If the provided buffer cannot be filled completely, end of stream is returned. What? Okay, so if we catch end of stream, but how would we differentiate that from the actual end? Or wait, error. It could be either be read fail or end of stream. So if it's end of stream, that means we need to read more, right? Yeah, I guess. Catch error, switch error. End of stream. Then we. But how would. Yeah, this is the thing. How would we know how much we've read? That's the whole thing I will need to know here. We need to know how much we've read. Read slice short. Fill buffer with the next length buffer from stream was invalidates previous. Return the number of bytes read, which is less if and only if the stream reached the end. Okay. So we get the bytes read here. Right. And we add bytes read to that. Or yeah. Will that work? So it should go a little bit faster. We shouldn't like get spammed. Yeah. So now we can see, okay, where's the start? Logging initiated. Okay, service. So you can see service started. Read headers. I guess this flushed all this at one time. Reading next line. Reads. Okay. Let's remove those messages as well. Yeah. Let's remove all this crap. All right. 1 second here. Getting a call. Alright, yeah, I need to go here soon. But here, cool. You can see here that we get now service started, receiving message, initiation options. So this is like the params. Let's see if we can. Or let's just put this in JSON. And we'll, can I, yeah, now it's formatted. Okay, so we got like method initialized. There we go. I thought for sure that the client should send this message here. Now it works. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. And we got a bunch of params. We've got route path. Yeah, that seems to be correct. Initialization options is empty. Interesting. Route URI. Yeah, fine. We've got some client information there. Folders. Yeah, sure, whatever. We got a process ID. We got off trace capabilities. Yeah. So all of these nice things and symbol. What the hell is this? Yeah. So a lot of things going on. Text document. Code action. Alright. So these are like the default stuff, I guess. Capabilities and stuff that we get. Highlighting. Synchronization. Renaming. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. There's a lot of stuff here. Token types, semantic tokens. Token modifiers. Alright, so great, we got this to work. Alright, so that's the initialization message, right? And then index 230 works in what? Oh, that's the LS. Wait, RPC runic LSP 230 symbols. Receipt message, text document, okay. Unhandled exception method not found. Oh, that's something else maybe, I don't know. No handler found for diagnostic refresh. Okay. What if we go here now and check info? Oh, we got active client. Awesome. Okay, wow. Oops. Okay. So what if we do this now? Do we get anything? No, it failed. Okay. It immediately gave up. But yeah, we've got some way ahead at least. Hand completion, yeah. So it did fail here. But yeah, we got something to work with now. Awesome. Cool. Let's do like LSP restart or something. Do we have this? No, LSP info. No active clients. Okay. Are you just refusing to work with me now? Now it's working. Let something, yeah. So we have something to work on here, but it's pretty cool at least that it actually works, and it's written in Zig, which makes it all much better. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll make this server work better next time and implement some of the LSP features. We can see how much we'll do. I want to have like, I don't know, it did say we got some 230 symbols. I'm not sure what symbols we are gathering, but apparently we have symbols, but maybe, I don't know. And here received message, change configuration. Received message. Now where's method did open? Okay, fine. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's gonna be it for this time. So yeah, thank you very much for joining me here, and so hope I'll see you next time. Let's see if I'll just send you off somewhere, because I have a bunch of you here. Also, thank you Omera Male1 for the follow. Let's see. We have, where is the button? There we go. Let's do we go. Let's raid. There, okay, yeah, thank you. Bye bye. Raid now. There we go.